Hello. Oh, shit. First, yes. And it's the first writing session with a sexy keyboard, which is going to be so strange. Can't wait. Also, thank you so much for the help last night, trying to figure it out, understanding all this stuff. I'm very noobish at all this tech. So thank you. How are you doing today? Hope you got some sleep. Remove. Oh, by the way, the chair is arriving today. Gonna be fun. I'm gonna actually build it on stream. Gonna be fun. Where's the freaking bits? My writing visual resource. Learning like dual shiz. Yeah. Yeah, it's not easy. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hate when that happens when somebody wakes me up like that. Especially when I've had a bad night or short night. Yeah, sucks ass. Yeah. I'm having a blueberry muffin from Lidl. Not too bad. And some tea. I'm on. I'm gonna jump in. Yeah, exactly. It's freaking 9:11 a.m. Yeah, but you know, people don't read shit. So there's that. Right. You can literally tell them, please read what I just posted to you or sent to you. I'm like, yeah, okay, and then it's clear that they haven't read it. So the worst thing. What is the worst thing? Lamau. Next time, just text. Honestly. Right. That's just the system, you know? That's how it works. It's frustrating because there's a lot of good people in the NHS. A lot of good people. But unfortunately, there's a lot of just not. And I believe that there should be a harder vetting for this kind of jobs because when your health depends upon it. And I understand you can be having a bad day, bad time, bad month, bad year, whatever, but mistakes. Especially with the GP. You go and you have certain departments that are incredible. Then other departments that are just awful. And the GP in general has been, ugh. Lovely experience for us. Let me turn off that. Until sausages, though, not just any sausage, they're whole grain mustard and honey sausage. Oh, nice. That sounds pretty good. What are you having them with? Pardon me. On my side, I'm getting better. Lots to do still. There's a noticeable improvement. Especially with my heart. So, that's good. Dieting and keeping fit and healthy is helping. So, just more of the same. I need to keep doing. Roll with brown sauce. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I always forget that here in the UK you guys have that for breakfast. For me, it's like tea or coffee or whatever, milk with some sweet stuff, or like toast and butter and, well, I don't like butter, but usually in Italy I have like butter and jam and stuff like that, Nutella. Or coffee. We don't really have savory stuff until lunch. Maple and peanut butter. Oh my god. A mix or just like separate? Yeah. Yeah. I go to Little. Little is the best. Little is the best because we save a gazillion amount of money. Well, unfortunately, they don't deliver, so people on low mobility, which was a shame during COVID, but yeah. All right, I'm gonna go put this down, and I'm gonna get started cracking on working on some novel. Hopefully, we'll finish it this year. I was like, there's not enough light. Oh, the curtains are closed, so. All right, let's try and finish this chapter. I'd love to finish it because I'm kind of dreading it right now. I'm feeling like this chapter's slowed down the pace of the book too much, and I don't know that I like that. I think it's an important chapter to what's about to happen. I'm wondering even if it's necessary or not. We'll see. We'll see on the big edit on the very end. Gonna get it all done. Anyway, so we're gonna be reading from a wee while back because we haven't written in like a week and a half ish. Ah, yes, thank you for the picture. I could tell the man was terrified. Oh wait, I need to also change the... Right. Huck could tell that the man was terrified, recounting the story, and then the thought struck him. Actually, Huck could feel the terror was he was recounting the story. Oh shit! Got right. That's what I need to put as a bind. Got entirely. Bind would have to be not lumlock, but delete. Cell. Done. Save. Right. By any chance is your mother's name Norma? There was a pause from the other side. And then with emphasis the voice said, "How do you know that?" His tone sounded suspicious. "I don't recall at all seeing you down here. Charles brought us through, and I think he'd had a chat with your mother before we came here. He was worried that you'd disappeared." Another awkward pause lingered between them. Hawk could tell if... No, Hawk couldn't tell if the man was distrustful of them or otherwise, just odd. Anyone going through the same experience they'd had would be shaken. Well, somehow, Hawk couldn't shake the feeling at the back of his mind that there was something odd about Ethan. He dismissed it. After all, he too would be suspicious in the same circumstances. "How long have you been here for?" asked Hawk. "And do you know how long we've been here in here as well?" Hard to tell without any windows down here. Days? Weeks? It all seems to clump up together. The splitting headache just wouldn't quit, no matter what. It was still hard to form coherent thoughts, but he knew in his gut that they needed to get out of there. "Did you see our captors here? Are there people keeping us in irons?" He asked, thinking that the two types of monster they had met were very unlikely to have put them in a cell. He wondered if the monsters weren't working with someone else. Humans, perhaps? After all, the cult had been infiltrated. So more people might have been recruited to their side. Yes, I have," replied Ethan. "Men come and go, quietly. They brought us water and barely any food. Never speak, and I never caught a glimpse of their faces." Hawk tried to look around the room once more, but his eyesight couldn't pierce through the darkness. It felt as heavy as the feeling he had gotten when looking down the tunnels before their fight. "What happened to your friend? Is he still here with us?" Another pause followed. "Those things took him," the man said with a dry tone. "They came in, pulled him out of the prison, and all I could hear from him were his screams. He screamed for hours. I cried, and I tried to get myself free, but there was nothing I could do. I haven't seen nor heard him since." What Ethan had just told him made Hawk's stomach churn even faster. "I have to get us out of here before the same things happen to us," he thought. "How did you get down here, friend? And why are you? You still haven't told me your name." Hawk was about to tell him his real name. Something in his mind pierced through the fog of his thoughts for a second, and he remembered the warning his companions had given him about trusting strangers. "My name is Jacob," he lied. "My companions and I were trying to join the League. We had come from the outside of the city and been provided shelter and succor by Charles. We were making our way through the tunnels from the marina when we were suddenly ambushed by monsters that looked like snakes. The last thing I remember was being attacked. Then I woke up here." Silence followed once more. Hawk couldn't help but feel awkward in the lie, hoping that he hadn't said something might have given their true nature and purpose away. It would be so much easier to think without this headache, he thought to himself. He felt his throat dry and his lips parched and cracking. He was very thirsty. I have to say, it's hard to believe you, Jacob, if that is truly your name, said the voice. Knock's stomach sank. I heard voices outside of this door when you, the lady, and the man were brought here. They said you were wanted and that your capture was very important to them. Did you truly come here for the League? Was it because of something else? Who were the two of his group that had been brought here with him? He wished they would wake up and say something. He didn't think that they would be kept here alongside them had they not been alive. I couldn't help but think the worst of their status, especially since they hadn't yet to wake up. Hawk took a pause to ponder the best reply to the stranger, trying to make his mind cooperate with him. At last, he winged it by saying, "Yes, that's true. We've been running away from Talmark lords seeking safe passage to Oniris. My sister and I are but poor fishermen, and her beauty has attracted the unwanted attention of one of his sons. One night, the bastard tried to force himself onto her, and I had to stab him to get her away safely. Since then, we've been on the run and wanted throughout Talmark." One sec. No, don't burn the sausages. No. So sorry. He didn't know if the story was convincing enough. He had had time to think about it beforehand. Had he had time to think about it beforehand, he might have found a more suitable story. But using parts of what was actually true made his tone sound more assured. And Hawk hoped it would be more convincing. My name is Jacob. Truly, Hawk lied, trying to make his tone as friendly and pained as possible, hoping the man would trust him. Jacob, the voice asked. I do apologize for prying, but you must understand. I do not know you, nor do I trust you. The people outside have said that you are very dangerous, and that they'd be greatly rewarded by having captured you. There are more people in here, thought Hawk. Could they be listening in on us right now? Ethan paused, and then after some time he continued. I guess it would make sense. If you had hurt an important man such as that the region would look for you, and the reward would be great. How can a fisherman warrant caution and be called very powerful? I do not know, Hawk said with a lowered tone, hoping their conversation wouldn't be overheard. I am somewhat strong, true, but no more than any other fisherman I've met. Hawk lied, entwining truth in his words. He knew fishermen to be extremely strong regardless of their size. Man paused once more, and Hawk hoped to convince Ethan, not only because he didn't want to be caught in a lie, also because he needed the man on his side if they were to try and escape the cell. Today's a good day. Yeah, some days start off like that. Maybe they'll get better. All right, then. I apologize for not believing you, friend. Ethan finally said, and a knot pulled free in Hawk's gut. I just wanted to make sure I could trust you. With a sigh of relief, Hawk tried to look around the room once more. Can you see anything from your side? Oh, sorry, never mind. Yeah, no, that's it. Asked Ethan. It was hard to tell how wide the room was, as the sound carried differently in such a place, and the darkness didn't allow his eyes to see even a bit of his surroundings. Again, he wondered if he hadn't damaged his eyesight somehow, as even the night at the mansion, he could still see things in the dark, so long as his eyes adapted to it. Still, he'd never been in a room without any light source, so he hoped it was just the room that made it impossible to see. He also realized how dependent he had become on holding the power in such a situation. The lack of his heightened senses made him feel as if he were missing a limb. No, I can't see at all, but I know the room is quite wide. When the guards come to bring us food, they'll be able to see it too. Know if there's anything else in this room that we could use to escape? Hawk asked, as he tried to pull on his manacles to test his strength against them. Without his power, it might have been easier for him to break his wrists, to break free of them. Not much is here. There is a grate in one of the corners. I think it's used as a sluice. Other than that, some plates and cups. There isn't anything else in this room. I tell you, worst of it is the darkness. Not being able to tell time of day. At least now I have some company once more. Man began to sob. How are you supposed to eat and drink if we can't loosen our arms? Asked Hawk. Oh, I've only got my legs clasped in irons, but I believe they really don't want you to get free. I don't know how you'll eat. I don't think they're the type to spoon feed you. At least you know they want to keep you alive. Panic seeped into the man's voice once more. It's going to be okay, Ethan, Hawk said, trying to reassure him. Get us out of here. A rustling in the dark caught Hawk's attention. It was to his far left. And a groan sounded off in the darkness as Charles' voice said, Oh, where in the devil's name am I? His voice was quiet and unsteady. Hawk was about to call out his guide's name, but a nagging sensation on the back of his head nudged him to try something else. Are you right, John? Asked Hawk, his voice loud and clear, hoping that the man would know who was speaking, that he'd quickly catch on his boy. What? What did you say? Charles' voice sounded a bit steadier now. Perhaps the man's injuries were as heavy as Hawk's. It's me, Jacob. Can you hear me, John? Hawk said, accentuating the names. Please catch on, please, he thought to himself. There was a pause that lay heavy in the darkness. And then, after some rustling of chains, his friend said, I'm okay, although I seem to have hit my head somehow. I have quite a strong headache, replied Charles. But I feel all in one piece. How about you, Jacob? Something in his companion's voice made him understand he had caught on to what Hawk was trying to do. I feel the same. Perhaps we were both bumped in the head when we tried to escape, replied Hawk, trying to weave the lie into shape. I believe Margaret is lying somewhere here in the room as well, continued. And I hope nothing hurt her, as I'd wring out the neck of anyone trying to hurt my sister. With that, Hawk hoped to have laid enough of the lie for Charles to catch on. The man had been much more adept than Hawk at this sort of thing, seeing as he led the league. But Hawk hoped his lack of expertise on this side wouldn't give the lie away. He didn't know why he felt so pressed to lie. After all, the man in their cell was very much in the same situation, and if what he said was true, then Charles knew him. But he just couldn't shake that feeling from the back of his mind. Had he been wrong, he would have apologized to the man later. One sec. There's another man here from the league you might know, continued Hawk. His name is Ethan. I think Charles was speaking to his mother right before we left. You might know him. You hadn't told me that there were other people in your group before, said Ethan in a questioning tone. How many were there? We were but a few. John here was one of the guards that came with us. Ethan, said Charles with a dry tone. Do you remember your mother saying something to Charles about you and your friend getting lost in the tunnels? Are you both here with us? There's someone else here with us. Hawk heard Charles move around, likely searching the pitch black darkness for some other figures. Blasted, I can't see a thing, said Charles. There's one more from your party, said Ethan. I think she is somewhere on your left, near the far wall. She too is unconscious. Was. Wait. My other friend, Zach, was carried off by the guards and I haven't seen him since. Hawk released a sigh of relief, as Charles seemed to have slipped into the light quite comfortably. Steps started off in the distance behind the door, and they all went quiet. Where was it? And then, from the cadence and loudness of the steps, he could make out one person, heavy, although it was hard to tell as the sound rebounded and echoed for what must have been a longer hallway. When the steps grew closer, a shadow broke the thin line of light from under the door, and then a loud clank came from the door itself. I need to change this eventually. Then a set of keys chimed and were placed in the hidden keyhole, and when the door opened outwards, Hawk strained his eyes to adjust to the sudden light. Having battened his eyelids a few times, he could make out the outline of a very tall and bulky figure, though he couldn't quite see his face. Behind him, Hawk saw a long corridor lined with similar doors like the one in their cell. A large iron bar was placed in the middle of each, and a metal flap shaped like a keyhole lay at the bottom left of each door, likely hiding the only way to unlock the cell. Each door was reinforced with a heavy wood and lined with some sort of metal. Nothing short of an explosion or the power itself could get us out, he thought to himself. He tried to reach out again inside of his mind, but nothing came of it. Despair and emptiness that made him feel hollow. Then he turned quickly to look at Charles, Ethan, and the last person in the room, who was Ileanda. His heart jumped with relief that she seemed to be all in one piece and alert. He could see that she was also awake, although she hadn't spoken at all. They all looked at each other, and Hawk saw that Charles was puzzled when Ethan quickly moved his sight past him. Alright. His attention then quickly moved to the figure that was still standing in the the doorway. From the size of the from what he could tell, the man must have been almost 2 meters tall and very bulky. The door frame was just wide enough to let him through without not wide. That's right. The frame was just wide enough, wide and tall enough to let him through without having to Now, let's say the dwarf was just went on and through, but his head almost brushed as that done. Really? Figure stood still and stood still in just out with off the cell, and Hawk couldn't make out his face or much of his features for that matter. The stranger all he could hear was the breath of the stranger standing there. A deep breath. Let's see. Let's see. I could tell the man must have been almost 2 meters tall and very bulky. The figure stood still, just out with the cell, and Hawk could make out his face, much of his features for that matter, as the light was behind the man. All he could hear was breath. All he could hear was his senses picked up the man's breathing, deep and rugged, as if just standing was an effort. He wished the guard wished then slowly the figure started to enter the cell. The orphan was just wide enough, tall enough to let him through. His head almost brushed as he stepped in. Okay. Alright, a bit about. Oh, they gotta do your hair for 95. Holy shit, that is expensive. I know women's hair is so expensive. Oh, thank you, Bless. I don't know who's gonna. It's a good question. We'll find out soon enough. All right. All right. All right. It's a bit tricky now. Well, let's try. There was something strange. Yes. How's it called? How's it called? Gauge? Gate. Yeah, gate. Aha. Yeah, I remember. There was something strange in his gait. Something was something off. Yeah, yeah. The walk. Yeah. I was trying to figure out what the word for it was. Because, yeah, the way people walk. Because I didn't want to say it. There was something strange in the way he walked. There was something strange in his gait. But it was must mean. Thankfully, my brain remembered something strange in his gait. Something off. It looked as if the person was uncomfortable walking, but not just in his legs, but okay. Jesus Christ! Today I'm not writing Pulitzer Prize writing, but his whole body too. Figure approached Ethan and Buck puts the man's eyes fill with fear as he tried to move away. His chains rattling on the stone floor. And stranger stopped and reach from behind, pull out a flask, large metallic. Metallic is 1L, right? Oh no, it's 2 L's? Flask, and poured the on part some poured the liquid side of the tin cup that had been laying feet. He also left the loaf. Then he took a loaf of bread slash and split it, placing piece onto metal onto the floor. Drink. Eat. The figure said, a stone, guttural, and somehow even more unnatural than his gait. Voice sent shivers down hot spine and reaffirmed the belief that there was something terribly wrong. Wrong? No, wrong with stranger. Something unnatural. Manner of walking, yeah, could do that, yeah. Sound good also. The way he walked. Because the thing is, it's not just the way he walked. What I'm trying to convey is that this person doesn't feel like he is at home in his own body. As if it's hard for him to control the body. And I'm trying to translate that in basically what Hawk sees as he's chained up to the wall. And then that's why he gets the feeling that, oh, hey, 13! Haven't seen you in a while, buddy. Been. Yeah? That's what I'm trying to convey here. Just die. Have you been? I haven't spoken to you forever. It's just so some manner of walking. This is a different case. Happy to hear you've been good. Let me reread something. Something strange in his gaze. Something off. It looked as if the person was comfortable. Not just with walking. But whole body. minded the puppet string puppet that seen as a child. There. How about that? Something strange in his gaze, something off. It looked as if the person was uncomfortable, not just with walking, but in his whole body. It reminded him a bit of the string puppets that he's seen as a child at the island's fair. The figure approached Ethan, and Hawk could see the man's eyes fill with fear as he tried to move away, his chains rattling on the stone floor. Then the stranger stopped, reached from behind to pull out a large metallic flask and poured the liquid inside a tin cup, been lying at Ethan's feet. Then he took a loaf of bread and split it, placing a piece onto the floor. Drink. Eat. Figure said, his tone guttural, and somehow even more unnatural than the way he walked. The voice sent shivers down Hawk's spine and reaffirmed the belief something terrible wrong with the stranger, something unnatural. Yep. I've done that. I have done that. Oh, how he walked. Okay, that's even better. That's even simpler. I like that. Because the thing is, I don't want to make it too verbose. You know, I want to make it simple because if you get lost in the details, it's too much. All right. I love Grammarly for that. It makes things so simple sometimes. So 13, what have you been up to lately? What things have been happening in your life? Have you written anything of your slice of life lately? Anything new? Pardon me if I didn't mute that. Our writers group has been okay. We've managed to do one meeting. It's been nice. Then the figure moved to Hawk. Crouch to his eye level. Hawk could tell that the man's face was covered by a veil. Could tell that the man's lower face was covered by a veil, and only his eyes were seen. All right, so how do we do this? Because the guy crouches down right in front of him. I used to write fiction based on true stories in English instead of the actual work. So just ignore the lesson and write stories in my English book, then hand it in. I realized I was never going to appreciate their lessons or the quality of my stories at the young age of 12. That's good. Nice. Actually, let's the first thing I noticed was the smell. The figure has the same smell of the that they had encountered in the tunnel. Waft of fish, of dead fish and water, albeit less strong than what the egg sac had produced. Then he saw that the figure's face was shrouded by a hood. He couldn't tell any feature. Many features of the face staring at him, except for the eyes that glinted at certain angles with a yellow light. Almost as if he were watching cats. In the dark. Gave up all creative outputs when I discovered I could put output in games like Sims 4. Traditional creative outputs like art and writing. This graphy is hard when people give you something to elaborate on, but it's much easier to put your mind in a vision story in paper, which is why I didn't do lessons. So that's fair enough, yeah. I also got a wrist injury due to bullying, so I can't draw properly anymore. Old artwork. Thank you for coming to my tech talk. Yeah, that's cool. I find no matter who you are, having a way to express yourself is quite important. Especially that part of yourself that is the artistic or kind of more. Oh, one sec. Yeah. Especially the how do you say the dreamer part of ours, you know, which a lot of people have. It's quite important. Yeah. No, I was saying goodbye to my wife as she's going out with Noam. It feeds our soul, you know, art in any major form or any way that you can have, you know, it's the expression of your soul. That's what it is, especially in a society like such as ours, where we're very much, you know, taught to be automatons and machines and do checklists and do tasks as efficiently as possible. I don't think art is valued anymore as it should be. Used to be that patrons would, you know, find artists and ensure that that stuff went on, and now it's become less and less because this doesn't make money to the masses. So yeah, that's why I love books. I love painting. I used to love painting miniatures. I used to be pretty good at painting miniatures like Warhammer. I used to love drawing. I used to sing, play guitar. Now I just write. That's the art. Now I just write. That's my funnest form of myself. But as I've said, I would love to try singing again and actually acting. I would love to try acting. Try and learn acting to try and do TV series or movies. That'd be cool. Kick. From Kickster. Yeah, me too. Funny enough, I much more appreciate actual painting than anything like that. And like I follow this um artist. I don't remember her name. Her name. Let me see if I can find her name. Annie something. Annie Steg does very interesting work, and it's actual oil canvas, which is quite difficult. Hopefully, I'm not gonna dox myself too much. Yeah, but that's her. And she does oil on canvas pieces. And it's just gorgeous. My dad actually is a much more talented artist than I am. He's actually drawn and painted several paintings, and he's actually published a book. This is one of the artists I like. I like her style. It's very whimsical. So you have a lot of stuff like that. With incredible amounts of detail. But there's a plethora of really talented artists, especially through Magic the Gathering. There's a RK Post, which I have a print of one of his arts up there. Well, I like. I love the print of the of Rivendell that I have here as well. That's amazing. It's Troy McGrath's piece you made for the living room. Oh, that's amazing. Now, I have like I can show you. I can show you. Too much. So I have. This is a printout on a canvas my wife gifted me. That's Rivendell. Don't know if you can tell. So this is a scene. I think it was digitally painted. Then I have the map of Diablo, and I have Glamdring from the Lord of the Rings, and there I have. That's two prints. I mean, I have the bottom ones are the prints from Diablo, and the one at the top, which you won't be able to sell, is Arcade Post Avatar of War. Artists I really enjoy. All enough is touching the angles correctly. Okay. Of course, this stuff is going to go because Noah's going to have to take this room, but we'll see how it goes. And maybe by the time he has to move into this room, I'll be in a different flat. But I still have another office because I'm dreading not having to be able to have an office. I need the space to be able to work and just to be me, because otherwise my mental health just really seriously tanks. Back to the book. Figure approached Ethan. Hawk could see the man's eyes full with fear as he tried to move away, his chains rattling on the stone floor. Then the stranger stopped. I reached from behind to pull a large metallic flask and pour the liquid inside of the tin cup. What's happened? Please, no drama. Oh, okay, no, okay, yes, yeah. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Very nice. It looks like it's oil paint. Nice. Yeah, I don't have any real print, like real art that's not printed, you know. Yeah, my dad has at home. We have. He even did me. He did a portrait of me on oil. I have that. He did a portrait of himself, portrait of my great grandfather, some nature, my great grandma. Yeah, he's very talented, like really talented. So I get the I think I get the artistic spirit from him, which is funny because I think he's also autistic. I'm pretty sure he's autistic, and that's really funny that he's also so calculative, so logical, so everything. So even on the harder side, but he has this beautiful artistic side of him that is very much his identity, but just life hasn't let him be what he wanted to be. All right. Figure moved to Hulk and crashed to his eye level. The first thing he noticed was the smell. The figure has the same smell he encountered in the tunnel. Waft of dead fish and water. Waft of that without, albeit less strong, the egg sacs produced. Then he saw the figure's face, shrouded by a hood. You can tell any features of the face, though, was staring at him, except for the eyes that glinted at certain angles, with a yellow light, almost as if he were watching a cat in the dark. Now, I don't know what to do here. I haven't written that much, to be fair. Yeah, it's 360 words, is nothing. Anyway, don't know what to write here. So do I have him take the manacles off and put them on his feet? Or just, I guess, force him to drink? Don't know. That's the thing. What do I do? Because the water is poison. So there's a poison inside that's making their mind foggy and hence the headache. Kind of like um no, that's nice. So is wants to ensure that Hawk drinks it. At the same time, it would make sense that they would remove the manacles. Or maybe they would. Because like otherwise, because at the moment they're all like that. And at the feet. So maybe they could remove the manacles at only the hands, keep the feet on. And then the guy just waits for each and every one of them to drink. Yeah, I don't know. Haven't the faintest. Well, let's try and write it and see how it goes. When in doubt, write it out. That's a new motto. When in doubt, write it out. All right, let me have a look in general. Sec. Jammed here. Aw, that's nice. That's really nice. Yeah, ask a photo. Let me ask a photo. I'll ask what photo to my dad. If he does send it over, I'll post it of the portrait he made of me. And I got a book sesh. Yes, the best sesh. Yes, ASMR. Right, so let's go up again a little bit. So From what he could tell, the man must... No. Let's go back from here. Alright. They all looked at each other, and Hawk saw that Charles was puzzled when Ethan quickly moved his sight past him. His attention had quickly moved to the figure that was still standing in the doorway. From what he could tell, the man must have been almost 2 meters tall and very bulky. The figure, still just out of the cell, stood just out of the cell, and Hawk couldn't make out his face or much of his features for the matter, as the light was behind the man. His senses focused on the man's breathing, deep and rugged, as if just standing there was an effort. Then, slowly, the figure entered the cell. The door frame was just wide and tall enough to let him through. His head almost brushed as he stepped in. There was something strange in his gait, something off. It looked as if the person was uncomfortable, not just with walking, but in his whole body. It reminded him a bit of the string puppets that he'd seen as a child at the island fair. The figure approached Ethan, and Hawk could see the man's eyes fill with fear as he tried to move away, his chains rattling on the stone floor. Then the stranger stopped, reached from behind to pull out a large metallic flask and pour the liquid inside of the tin cup that had been laying at Ethan's feet. Then he took a loaf of bread and split it, placing a piece onto the floor. "Drink, eat," the figure said, his tone guttural, and somehow even more natural than how he walked. The voice sent shivers down Hawk's spine and reaffirmed the belief that there was something wrong with the stranger, something unnatural. Then the figure moved for Hawk and crouched to his eye level. The first thing he noticed was the smell. The figure has the same smell they had encountered in a tunnel, the waft of dead fish and water, albeit less strong than what the egg sacs had produced. Then he saw that a hood enshrouded the figure's face. Couldn't tell many features of the face that was staring at him, except for the eyes that glinted at certain angles with a yellow light, almost as if you were watching a cat in the dark. There you go. That's not too bad. I've not been very productive this morning for some reason at all. How you doing, Vanilla? OG, you did, or I did? What are we talking about? The portrait now. My dad did the portrait. Is a portrait of me on oil canvas. Too long didn't read what the book is about. Brief overview, so I'm gonna be in the loop. So the synopsis is that the veil between the world where the story lies and hell is wearing thin, and the apocalypse is nigh, and the only thing that can stand between salvation of humankind and the destruction of the world is a child of prophecy. This is chapter 16. That is distracting, yeah. Nah, it's just like the problem with writing is if you take like I did because I was sick a week and a half off, to get back into it, get your mind back into it, it takes a while. So yeah, it's not as easy as you think. So that's just, and because of that, I'm just trying to slowly get back into where I was, and yeah. me a sec. Sorry, I'm just doing something on. Right. So yeah, as I was saying, I think that the hardest part of it is just the fact that I've taken some time away. And so being able to just get back into it. That's why I'm not too fussed right now if I don't write a lot. I just want to be able to write something. And also to put you back in the scene. So what's happened right now where we are, there was a group going underground, so there was a fight happening overground in this city that looks like Mount Saint Michel. Just to show you what the main city is, I have a couple of visual references. That that you go. So basically, imagine Mount Saint Michel like that on a stream, just 100 times bigger, tall walls in the middle. It's like an island city, right? So our main group went and saved somebody, but because of the way that they went about saving somebody, they had to go underground into an unknown secret network of tunnels under this humongous city, and they were made aware of the fact that there's a league of thieves and beggars, and they said that they would provide safe passage to them for a cost to get back to the inn where the group needs to go to try and reconvene and try and figure out the next steps. But whilst there's also been disappearance in the tunnels. Something has been hunting people in the tunnels. And they wanted to avoid the marina, which is the place where they needed to go. And unfortunately, they had to go through the marina tunnels. And whilst they were in the tunnels, they were attacked by monsters, and the group split up. Now, the scene here, this chapter is opening up where three of the people in the group, one of them being one of the main characters, is they're in a cell. They're in a very dark cell, and something's happened. There's another person in there with them called Ethan, who supposed to be the one of the people from the league that had gone disappeared a while back. And there's something strange about him, and now we're just uncovering the story. Well, this is where we are right now. The man reached for Hawk's wrists and with Plank released them. Then he poured the liquid in a cup and handed it to him. Whilst he was massaging soreness out of Nah, that's so convoluted. That's not what I want. Man reached for Hawk's wrists and with a clank released them. Then he poured the liquid in a cup and handed it to him. Hawk massage. Relief went through his body as he could finally lower his arms and massage his wrists. The figure poured the liquid in a cup and handed it to him whilst he was to him. What the hell was that? Drink, he said with the same tone. Hawk studied, cup puzzled, and then looked back into dark hood. Fingers like sausages, all making fingers like sausages, and a hand clasp that made the tin cup look like teacup. Comparison. Hey, adventure time! Hey, buddy, how are you, my friend? Welcome to the morning stream. Well, I say morning, but I just realized it's actually 2 o'clock. I'm just writing my note. We go all the keys and a plank. Oof. Okay. Then the stranger stopped, reached from behind to pull out a large metallic flask and pour the liquid inside on the tin cup that had been lying at Ethan's feet. After, he took a loaf of bread and split it, placing a piece onto the floor. Drink. Eat. The figure said, his tone guttural, and somehow even more unnatural than how he walked. The boys sent shivers down Hawk's spine and reaffirmed the belief that there was something wrong with the stranger, something unnatural. Then, the figure moved to Hawk and crouched to his eye level. The first thing he noticed was the smell. The figure had the same smell they had encountered in the tunnel, the waft of dead fish and water, albeit less strong than what the egg sacs had produced. Then he saw that a hood enshrouded the figure's face. He couldn't tell many features of the face of the man that was staring at him, except for the eyes that glinted at certain angles with a yellow light, almost as if he were watching a cat in the dark. The man reached for Hawk's wrists, and with a jiggle of the keys and a clank, released them. However, his feet were left bound in metal. Relief went through his body as he could finally lower his arms and massage his wrists. The burning pain and discomfort he hadn't even been aware of feeling up until and subsiding quickly. Subsiding. The figure poured the liquid in a cup, handed it to him. Fingers like sausages and a hand like a clasp that made the tin cup look like a teacup in comparison. Drink, he said in the same tone. Hawk studied the cup, puzzled, and looked back at into the dark hood. Who are you? He asked. He saw the eyes dart from him to the cup and back up again. Drink, the man said once more. This time, pushing the cup closer to Hawk's mouth. He took the cup and for a second looked at the liquid therein. He tried smelling it, but couldn't quite tell if anything had been placed inside there or if it were poison. He looked across the cell to see that Ethan had quite quickly jumped on the piece of bread and had downed the contents of his cup. Had greedily down the contents of his cup. Greedily down the contents of his cup. At the sight of the liquid, Hawk and looked at Charles and Elianda and questioned them with his eyes. But before it could say anything else, the figure repeated, drink. This time, his voice, his tone was harsher. I'm assuming the picture on the screen is a way to, like, frame setting. Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. Now the top right is basically a description of that I made that I passed through Stable Diffusion of one of the places where the League of Thieves and Beggars is under the city that we were saying. So it's just kind of references. So they're not really necessary because the problem is the scene has moved quite significantly to another place. Like, we're in a very, very different place now. But, you know, I just like to keep it there as reference. to be fair, right now it's kind of unnecessary. Yeah. That, my God. Shit, I've been muted. Alright, so let's see how this goes. We'll recap what we've written so far. Which is this much. We haven't written much today. It wasn't a very productive day today, which is alright. 733 words. Not bad, but I usually can write 1,000 and plus, so. His attention quickly moved to the figure that was still standing in the doorway. From what I could tell, the man must have been almost 2 meters tall, very bulky. The figure stood just out of the cell, and Hawk couldn't make out his face, or much of his features for that matter, as the light was behind the man. The senses focused on the man's breathing, deep and rugged, as if just standing was an effort. And slowly, the figure entered the cell. The door frame was just wide and tall enough to let him through, but his head almost brushed as he stepped in. There was something strange in his gaze, something off. It looked as if the person was uncomfortable, not just walking, but in his whole body. It reminded him of the string puppets that he'd seen as a child at the Highlands Fair. The figure approached Ethan, and Hawk could see the man's eyes fill with fear as he tried to move away, his chains rattling on the stone floor. Then the stranger stopped, reached from behind to pull out a large metallic flask, and poured the liquid inside of the tin cup that had been lying at Ethan's feet. Afterwards, he took a loaf of bread and split it, placing a piece onto the floor. "Drink. Eat," the figure said, the stone guttural and somehow even more unnatural than how he walked. The voice sent shivers down Hawk's spine. I reaffirmed the belief that there was something wrong with the stranger, something unnatural. Ethan rushed to the floor, rushed back to where he had been staying. Greedily, not greedily, but lunging for the piece of bread and stuffing his mouth with it. Then the figure moved to Hawk and crouched to his high level. The first thing he noticed was the smell. The figure had the same smell. It was the same smell they had encountered in the tunnel. The waft of dead fish and water, albeit less strong, what the XX had produced. That's intense. Then he saw that a hood enshrouded the figure's face. He couldn't tell many features of the man that was staring at him, except for the eyes that glinted at certain angles with a yellow light, almost as if they were watching a cat in the dark. The man reached for Hawk's wrists with a jiggle of the keys and a clank. Released them. However, his feet were left bound in metal. The left clasp in iron. Okay. Relief went through his body as he could finally lower his arms and massage his wrists. The burning pain and discomfort he hadn't even been aware of feeling up until then, quickly subsiding. The figure poured the liquid in a cup, handed it to him, fingers like sausages and a hand like a clasp that made the tin cup look like a teacup in comparison. "Drink," he said with the same tone. Hawk studied the cup, puzzled, and then looked back into the dark hood. "Are you?" he asked. Saw the eyes dart from him to the cup and back up again. "Drink," the man said once more, this time pushing the cup closer to Hawk's mouth. He took the cup and for a second looked at the liquid therein. Tried smelling it. We tried smelling it, but couldn't quite tell if anything had been placed inside there or if it were poisoned. Looked across the cell to see Ethan had quickly jumped. made quick work of the piece of bread and had greedily down the contents of his cup. Hawk then looked at Charles and Ilianda and questioned them with his eyes, but before he could say anything else, the figure repeated, "Drink." This time, his tone was harsher. He brought the tin cup to his lips and sipped a small amount. The fresh water he tasted made his parched mouth instantly beg for more. His body rejoiced. He couldn't taste anything out of the ordinary except for the sweetness of the water itself. It was as clear as spring water. He took a few deep sips from the cup and drowned them, his throat thankful for the freshness. It felt to him like the best cup of water he had ever had. Then he looked at the black figure, and it nodded at him, and then proceeded to hand him a piece of bread and said, "Eat." Hawk took the bread, and his stomach leaped with happiness at the first bite of the dry Invader-style loaf that had been handed to him. Okay, cool. So, I think that's a good place to leave it. Introduce the figure. I think it's about 700 and something words now. Not too bad. Not very... Yeah, 752. So it's not very productive day, but we've had to reread the whole chapter, which usually I don't do. I just reread the first 2 pages. The last 2 pages I've written. Try and get myself back into the scene. I don't mind it. I actually think it's okay. For some reason, this chapter is just not clicking really well with me. So that's fine though. It's not the end of the world. I understand it happens. I think there's a necessity to have this chapter happen. And there's going to be some twists and turns within the chapter itself. I need to get to a point where they manage to break free. Some chapters are harder to, yeah. That's the thing. It is. It's hard for me to write this chapter for some reason. I don't quite know what the reason is. I think I'm just much better at writing dynamic scenes where stuff happens. Where, like, for example, the easiest part of the chapter has been writing this figure walking in, because that's more my cup of tea. Like when action or something or something strange is happening, that's where I feel more at home. And if I'm just writing a scene where people are just staying in a cell talking to each other, I think I'm always wondering, is this too boring? Is this is this necessary, you know? So sometimes you really need to write it really well, which means you probably write something disappointing a lot of times. Yeah, the thing is for me, because this is your first kind of session with me, what I do is, this is the first draft, and what I'm writing here is just a scene, action, dialogue, and that's it. I don't really care too much about making it sound really good. It's more about, is it flowing? Does the story make sense? Is, am I conveying the scene, and am I getting the story across, right? When I'm going to do the second draft, that's where I'll actually stay and put some more of, embellishments, internal monologuing, thought processing, and metaphors, and put the reader more into the scene, but I still need to try and not pull them away from the scene too much, because I find sometimes certain writers, they get lost, like Robert Jordan. I love Robert Jordan. I think he's one incredible fantasy writer, but God, he loves to describe a piece of cloth, and all the intricacies of the cloth. And, I don't even, like, Tolkien spent the first 50 pages of the Lord of the Rings, or 55 pages of the Lord of the Rings, talking about Bilbo's birthday, so, and the tree under the bird, all this kind of stuff. So I'm kind of trying to stay away from that. More parts are necessary even to make the good parts stand out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the problem is, like, I wanted the cell scene to be very specific, right? So first, they're in the dark. They can't see each other. They've just gone through some trauma. Hawk wakes up and is like, "Shit, what's happened? Wait, I can't see. I have a throbbing headache. There's a gash on. I can feel a gash in my my head." And then out of nowhere, opposite to him, he hears a voice he's never heard before, and there's this stranger in the cell. I will find out who the stranger is soon enough. You know, it's Ethan, and supposedly is somebody that was as well part of the league and was being captured and all this kind of stuff. But you know, there's some like strangeness happening in here. Hawk's powers aren't working. He feels like he's blind as well, and he's terrified of that. And you know, there's certain things. So I wanted to put it in there. And then there's the need for Hawk to try and convince the other person in the cell that they're friends, because he can't really go out and say, "Hey, I am somebody who," you know, it's very secret that who he is still, despite the fact that he just uses this power in public. But you know, because of who he is, and because there's a lot of people that want him dead, you can't just go out and say, "Hey, I'm this person," you know, for many other reasons. So it's a tricky situation, and I need to get across from, hey, there's poison in the water that's keeping their powers subsided. B, they need to break out of the cell. It's going to be Elianda, who is a dragonkin. Basically, she's half dragon. She's one of the races in my world. Break out of the cell, help them break out of the cell. Then I need to get them to a point where they realize that the monsters are creating under the city an army. And then there's the twist at the end. But this is how the chapter I see is going to end. Nostalgia gives a lot of dialogue. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to do that either, I think. Yeah. So this is like what I'm wanting to do. On the other side, I've split the group now. Like, even the conversation has been split between two different parties. The other side of the group, what they're doing is they've managed to go back to the inn, and they're going to, well, they're trying to save somebody else's life there, whilst also they're going to have to go back and try and rescue them. So like trying to conjoin 2 points, because this is very much, I was thinking about it, like, I'm not just writing a fantasy novel. I haven't made it that easy for myself. I'm actually writing a fantasy epic with like 7 books in the series. So yeah, as a medieval, it's more fantasy. Like, there's the Dragonkin, there's the Elswyn, which are the kind of like elf people, but they're not really elves. They're more entwined to the non-chaotic energies of the earth. Then there are cursed monsters roaming the earth, and there's basically, it's a eternal struggle, good versus evil, but hell, you know, with demons and monsters from the pits of hell. I've done a lot of research on basically Enochian language, which is the angelic language that, you know, is said to have existed back in the past, on different folklore and meso, what is it, meso? I don't remember the specific word, but it's basically the you know, the monsters in folklore, and to try to give me ideas of like take inspiration from. Basically, what's happening is, as the veil is thinning from hell, in certain spots, monsters are appearing, right? So, because of that, something is happening. It's not really medieval; it's its own monster. I can read to you what the prologue is like, and I can read to you snippet of a short story, like I told you the other day, like I do my own short stories to try and show that the world is changing as the story progresses. If that's something you'd be interested in, just try and give you an idea. But the prologue is because it's the one that's more refined to the style that I'm writing in. Therefore, it's the one that I've kind of gone back and edited quite a bit that I'm not going to touch it anymore, even on the second pass. So that kind of gives you an idea of actually where my skills lie in. And the other one is just more of yeah, short story because we were talking about it. So if you want, I can do that. Then I can go and eat something real quick. Also, yeah, I forgot. I also have I've made a map as well. As part of the references I have here. Oh yeah, I don't have it here. Let's see. Can also, I meant more like what are the technology, the guns. So at the moment there's swords and arrows, and then there are swords made of a material that's not been identified yet by the main characters, with Enochian symbols on them. I wanted to become eventually more steampunkish, but because there's steam as well, so like it just kind of like it's a new technology that's being used for certain ships at the moment. So there's metal, so it's going in that direction. That's the technology, and I don't know if you can tell, but the map on top. Oh yeah, that's what. This is the map. I can't really. Why is it not? Ah, yeah. There's no like the era is that basically. There's no real on it. There's so many things. Because like now I can edit it. Alright, so that's the map at the moment. We are at the moment in Alabaster, is the main city where stuff is happening. Alabaster being the island city I was talking about earlier. Anyway, that's that. So the technologies are there's metal, there's a steam power stuff, and eventually one of our characters is gonna invent like pistols and be able to move further up from there. I have like it's being an epic fantasy series. It takes a while, you know. It's not gonna be all done in one book. The evolution is gonna be there. Anyway, yeah, if you want, I can read something else. If not, no problem. I'm just gonna go make a sandwich. Before gunpowder is invented. Yes, before gunpowder is discovered. And the method of that. Go for it. Okay. Right. Okay, prologue. The frigid night howled and pierced through the dense forest as a relentless snowstorm raged and shrouded the land in canvas snow. A lone figure stood under one of the trees that circled the mountain ridge of the valley below, engulfed in darkness, his pale skin matching the storm. The wind was howling. It was strong enough to twist the branches and trees around him in a macabre dance, bending them back and forth. The air was frozen, causing all creatures to seek shelter. but the figure stood motionless. He was clad in armor as dark as the void. His long black hair and cloak whipped wildly in a howling wind as he fixated on the monument below. He was no ordinary man, for he had been concealed from humankind for a millennium. Hey, Luffy. This was the closest he gotten to civilization since then. The structure before him was one of the last sights he had witnessed before retiring to the Howling Peaks. He had remained hidden, away from all that constituted life. Cursed as he was, he had nothing in common with those who had now inhabited this land. Humans. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt what it was like to be one. He had been devoid of emotion since his inhuman rebirth for 3,000 years. He despised humans for what they reminded him, for their weakness, and most of all, he envied their short lives. Immortality had brought him nothing but bitterness and regrets. It is said that time eventually heals all wounds. Those were the foolish words of people with limited time in the world. They didn't understand what it was like to live haunted by the monsters of their past for all eternity. Amidst the swirling snow and looming shadows, he felt nothing. No cold, no pain, no hunger. He had once walked the lands as a leader of his kind, but fate had twisted it to a path of darkness and blood for him. Branded a monster and forced into hiding by the same humans that they had fought side by side throughout the Great War, he and his kin had become a mere whisper of a long-forgotten time. Only the monolith, the colossal structure in front of him, stood as a testament to that harrowing past. The knowledge of those times had been sealed and lost to time. The puppets that stood within it now, many generations past, only thought of these times as legends and myths. Humans outside of the Order of the Cold were now entirely oblivious to the struggle of power that had been ongoing for Natharia since the day of its creation. They would soon be reminded of those times again. Drawing a small lacquered box from his cloak, he revealed an ancient carvings illuminated by a dim crystal light. Within lay the living heart of the seer, pulsating with a faint, rhythmic thump, a cursed omen of the world's impending fracture. The stranger had used dark magic to foretell the looming cataclysm. The rhythm was languid and hushed, and until a few months back it had laid still and soundless as it had for 1,000 years. As each day passed, rhythm inside the box thumped harder, and its pace hastened as the moment approached. Already, the veil between dimensions waned, allowing the corrupted denizens of hell to stir. He could feel it. Though a part of him yearned to retreat to the mountains and abandon the world to its fate, he knew he could not evade the responsibilities he had sown 3 millennia past. As the wolves' mournful howls echoed through the valley, he vanished into the shadows, leaving an ominous air that lingered over the land. It was the prelude to the impending birth of the child, heralding the onset of the darkest era Natharia had ever known. There you go. That's the prologue. That's the style. This is a bit of a darker story. Oh, Luffy, no, buddy. What's happened? That's a bit of a darker kind of story that we're writing at the moment. Hopefully you enjoyed that. That makes you want to know more about the book. You want to dig into more. Grim prologue, yeah. That's the thing, like, I have... It's more of a, not quite dark grim, but it's a darker fantasy story, for sure. 100%. It's not as, you know, cheery, but there's comedy in it. There's a bit of heartfelt moments. There's drama. There's a bit of everything, you know. It's mysterious and grim. No, Luffy, no. What's happened? What's happened, man? They're switching to more machine translation? Oh no, they're using AI? Shit. Wait, vanilla, as in you may lose your job as well? Well, that's not good. Fuck. Ah, okay, cool. Alright, cool. Oh. I've always wanted to, like, regarding the book, I've always wanted to write horror entwined into fantasy. Think, you know, like, for example, the same idea of Supernatural TV series where you have horror, but you also have humor, and you also have good feel good moments and all this kind of stuff. You have drama, so that kind of stuff into fantasy. Moving abroad, that's pretty disgusting company doing this. Oh shit. Sorry, man. Well, I hope it doesn't come to that. It's not 100%, right? If it's not 100%, that's gonna happen. Okay. And let's focus that it might not happen. In the end, though, you might have different alternatives. If you need any help, I mean, I can try and look into stuff. If you find something in Edinburgh where I am, I can always try and help through that. Like, if there's anything I can do through Edinburgh, I won't be able to help in Cork, of course. And I know it's, you know, UK versus European Union, but otherwise, yeah. Supernatural, my girlfriend does like horror, but I managed to get her to watch it and she thoroughly enjoyed it because the dark in nature is very teenage friendly, yeah. Well, the dark in here is kind of dark. I don't know. Like, I can read you the if I can find, what was it, chapter 11? No, chapter 11. What was it chapter 10? No, 12. Yep. Nope. There you go, chapter 7. Yeah, I can read like an expert of proper horror that I've done here. And then, yeah. Like I was saying yesterday, you know, the creepy pasta. So this is the tie-in I was writing about. I agree, man. I agree. I've got the T-shirt to prove it. I went to Supernatural's at the San Diego Comic Con, the big hall, and honestly, I love Supernatural. I would happily give my left nut up to be able to meet the cast, every single one of them, and the writers, and shake hands and take photos and get autographs. I love that family with a passion. I have to switch departments. Well, let's hope that happens before anything else. And if that doesn't happen, I would advise you to, right now start searching for possible alternatives. You might find a better job that gives you more flexibility and or better pay and better situation, especially with the whole, you know, you only get like 5-6 days of the year, whatever the fuck bullshit you have out there. So like, don't let it. Just be proactive about it. That would be my advice if you take some advice on this case. Because I was in a similar situation, and I was like, okay, I'll see what happens. And I didn't push go on a job offer that I'd gotten. And after that, it was extremely hard to find a job because it's, funny enough, easier to find a job while you're still employed than finding a job while you're not employed. So that would be my advice, is like today, get your CV updated, get your cover letter done, and start like plastering it everywhere. Allocate 30 minutes a day or something like that for it. Even through your job, like through your own work, just in case. Just I don't have a PC at the moment. Oh no. And you can't do that through the work PC, right? Yeah, because you could, yeah, Vanilla is right. You could borrow it maybe. Like a laptop. Alright, I'll let you guys discuss it. I have to go make some food. I'm starving and famished. And then we'll go from there. And I'll be right back. And after that, we'll see what game we want to play. Be right back. But yeah, Luffy, we're here for you if you want to talk it out. Thank you. Thank you for the wish. By the way, Luffy, I don't know if you can hear me, but is the access to the PC limited because your PC broke? Because is it during the day and you don't have it, or not at all? Because I do have like my very, very, very old, like 10 years old or 8 years, I don't remember how many years old, some of the old pieces of my PC, but you'd need to get like a case. You probably need a power supply or like a heat sink or something like that. So I can send you some pieces for free of my old computer if you need to just have a computer. But that's a desktop, so you'd have to kind of get extra pieces for it if that's the case. I mean, the easiest would be either a tablet or a laptop, even better. Alright, I'm back. I'm eating. Yay. Good time. Finally. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wanted to ask, what about your wife, Liv? Is she gonna be okay? I'm eating a sandwich. 2 slices of gluten-free Tesco bread. Hummus. Some lactose-free cheese. Some salami. Homemade sauce. And some basil. And a little bit of lime, pepper, and paprika. Alright. I feel alright. I am lactose intolerant, yeah. And gluten intolerant. My wife as well is lactose intolerant, so unfortunately, because we love cheese. Well, funny enough, when we go to Italy, it doesn't affect us as badly as here because I think the quality of the cheese is so much better. Like, I can have an Italian pizza, I have no problems whatsoever. I'll have the British pizza, and my stomach will start complaining. Especially mozzarella di bufala. I love mozzarella di bufala. So good. Tesco here, we used to do lactose-free mozzarella, but you can't find it anymore for some reason. It's so good as well. Sorry guys, just checking something. Oh my god. Sorry about that. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about doing it. I just don't know the logistics of doing it. That's the problem. I just don't know how I could set it up in the kitchen. Because I can always look at chat on the laptop, that's not a problem. I have some shitty old laptops, but the problem is the actual setup of streaming. I can't really do. I could do it through the phone. But if the phone overheats, then it won't work. I could put the phone on a tripod. That maybe might work. And then we'd have to decide what to do. What to show, what to cook. Not sure how streamers, YouTubers do it. I'm sure there's something cool that helps that a lot. I love seafood, yeah. And I can make some mean mussels. It's just the prep intakes, whatever, but yeah, I can make some mean mussels. It's garlic, parsley, white wine, mussels. For pasta, I can show you how I would do a pasta sauce based on them, yeah. Problem is, you first gotta cook the mussels separately. Like, I wouldn't do them in there because it doesn't impart as much strength and as much flavor if you're just slapping them on. Like the pasta allo scoglio. You can do it. It's not bad. But I have a better way of doing it myself. So yeah, I could do that. I just have to check, like, make it a way, because Stream Elements doesn't actually have an iOS app. I think the only one that does is Streamlabs? So I'd have to go with Streamlabs. I'm gonna back. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking I could do either Streamlabs or I could just stream through Twitch, which, you know, I don't have anything set up for Twitch nor Streamlabs anyway for notifications, but I could run like Streamlabs to see Stream Elements on the browser on my laptop to see events and everything else. Kind of like throwing things away. Like make it up as I go along, as I say. As an idea. Could also make some salmon cream pasta, which is very good. Which is one of the, funny enough, reasons why Noah was born apparently ahead of time. Because the night before he was born, I made my wife this pasta, which is one of her favorite pastas. Anyway, I was thinking I'm gonna go play the Division 2 while I wait for my chair to arrive because it's supposed to arrive today. Or before I do, I could read you guys some more horror, a little horror snippet that I wrote. What would you guys love to do right now, to see right now? Let me know. They're back again.
Well, the reading would be more for you guys. It wouldn't be for me because I already know the chapter. So the reading is just for you guys. If you're interested in reading, listening to more writing or not. If not, I'm just gonna go into Division 2, and then tonight I'm gonna play Diablo. That's how the day will go today. Well, man, I love you guys, honestly. I love you guys. Oh my god, taking all the meds I need to take. Okay. So I'm gonna say let's try and do
something. This chapter 7 was, as I said, a little bit of a snippet where I wanted to take a bit of short story, put it in, explain the situation of what's happening around the world as the veil between hell and Natharia is thinning. Hey, Propang, how you, buddy? So, what I wanted to do was kind of give a snippet of how it's deteriorating for everyday life. So, it's not just, oh, as a side thing, as the characters are discussing, oh, there's stuff happening in the world, and we heard rumors and murmurs, you know. So I just wanted to give an idea to the readers. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and read it. This is the beginning, and this is like a short story snip inside. It's the only one I've done. There's gonna be more. Oh yeah. I'm good. Good. Working right now. that fucking love that. Love that that emote. All right, so let's go. I'll read this and then we'll swap to the Division 2. So, it's situated between the northern part of Tomwork and the southern part of Windfall, Adelan produces the finest crops of tobacco, cotton, and hemp on this side of Natharia. Jonathan had spent all of his life in the little town of Adelan. He and his ancestors before him had lived like many of the farm properties just outside of the town proper. The people in the town had spent generations, for as far as they could remember, living off the land, and most of them were very proud that they had never felt the need to move or change their routine. Adelan folk sometimes were thought to have been born with roots out of their feet straight into the earth. Some of the younger ones, though, the newer generation, had started to feel restless. They had been daydreaming and traveling to faraway cities and lands, and of learning new trades. Jonathan's two eldest sons had been such individuals, and when they came of age, they had decided to move to Alabaster to pave their own path. As such, despite their greying hair, Jonathan and his wife wouldn't pass some of the farm's work to their daughter, as she was only 10, and work was always plenty when living off a farm. You could feel the hours put into working coarse earth through their wood like hard handshakes. As he and his wife got up like every other morning and got ready for the day ahead, he looked at their small wooden window to see a foggy landscape where moonlight placed shadows figures on the ground. Dawn was still about an hour away. They quietly moved about the house with their candle-lit lanterns and went for a hearty breakfast to prepare for the work ahead. This year, like every other year before, crops had been bountiful. Much work was required to prepare the stock and them to have them sold off and carried away by traders wherever it was needed. Like other years, though, this spring had been a very peculiar one for them. Rumors of strange disappearances from the north had started to arrive in town and had spread like wildfire. Much like most towns or villages around this side of the world, news was brought by travelers seeking a night's rest, either at the local inn or exchanging some work for a place to lay their heads for the night. The most reliable chunks of news came from the traveling folk, people with caravans and tents who would pass by and trade with local for new tools, repairs, herbs, books, trinkets, and much more. This year the news had been very troubling. At first, there had been occasionally and very rare disappearances, where people had simply vanished one day to the next. No explanations, nor signs of struggle. One day they were there, next gone, leaving everything they owned behind. But what had started happening more recently were proper attacks, or so they were thought to be. All signs and clues were initially explained away by rabid or hungry animals, such as bear and wolves, but angry animals didn't leave food behind, and only hunted prey, such as hens or goats. Rabid ones could be easily spotted, were usually put down swiftly. The grisly scene left behind at these attacks and even the quiet people all in a stir. Some had started voicing what they might have been brigands or thieves moving in the bands about the land, targeting the small towns, villages, and farms. The problem was that the valuables had been left untouched. Only the owners were gone. Still, the sturdy inhabitants of Adelan had dusted off many cobwebs from their attics in search for swords that had been laying there for generations past. Anything that could be seen as a weapon had been forged, reforged, or polished by a local smith. Not that any of them knew how to truly use any of these tools unless it was for whacking weeds. Hunters were the only ones who had been in luck and could rely on their skills should anything happen. But even the hunters had stopped stalking prey overnight into the woods. As Jonathan finished his breakfast, he got up from the table and kissed his wife goodbye. He put on a wooden jacket and tied a short sword into his belt. Then, off into the moonlight morning he went. He looked about the farmhouse property and saw that the fog had slowly started to lift. He raised his lantern and went on about his day as usual, towards the tool shack. As he was walking, an uneasy feeling started to nudge at him from the back of his mind. He couldn't quite figure out why, but as he walked the muddy grounds and over the sand gravel, he looked around the farmland beyond and back into the property to see if anything was wrong. He felt as if something or someone was watching him. He couldn't see anyone. Shaking his head, he went on about his day and opened a small wooden shack, placed the lantern on a hook by the door, and started sharpening and preparing the tools he would use that day. After some time, he paused, putting the whetstone on the ground, thinking he had heard some strange noises coming from the grounds. But he couldn't hear anything odd, just shrugged his shoulders and finished up in the shed. Then he quietly went out with the lantern and lit a wooden pipe. As he was puffing away, an odd realization came to him. The night, quiet, too quiet. At this time of day, you'd hear birds chirping, crickets rasping. He could hear nothing but the wind on the crops. Jonathan furrowed his brows, and as a chill ran down his spine, he started to slowly walk back onto the path that divided the farm property, as he was heading towards the kitchen to tell his wife about the oddity. As he extinguished his pipe and looked back up towards the lit window of the kitchen, something odd caught his attention from the corner of his eye, and he froze. He slowly turned around and saw the young girl was standing opposite to him in the dark. She was giving her back to him, her corvine waist-long hair covering her shoulders. She wore nothing but a pale white dress as clean as moonlight. He could hear her crying and sobbing in the night. He realized that the poor girl must have been very cold, shoeless, and wear nothing but the dress on her. "Hello, young lady, are you all right?" he asked in a warm tone, while the chill down his spine continued into his boots. He thought the girl was younger than his own daughter, maybe 5 or 6 years old. No child matching her looks lived in or around Adelan. He slowly walked towards the child and quickly glanced into the kitchen window to check if his wife was there. She was not in sight, and the little girl kept crying and sobbing. "Can you hear me, child?" he asked as he slowly advanced towards her. When he was a few meters away, he slowly raised his lantern. Suddenly, the little girl turned her head to her shoulder and looked back at him through her thick, long hair. Moonlight shone on her. Her skin was as pale as the dress itself, and even though he couldn't see her face properly behind all that hair, he could swear that her eyes had glinted red into the moonlight. He gasped, and the little girl darted away towards the washing pen. "Wait, come back here," he said hastily, and followed her towards the open gate of the washing station. As he ran, his lantern died off. He stopped to put it down beside him, slowly went into the half-open enclosure, checking the dark corners for the little girl. He couldn't see her anywhere, and oddest of all, the muddy grounds held no footprints in the moonlight. He looked back towards the house through the open side of the pen to see if the child had gone back through the property. there were no signs of her at all. Jonathan slowly raised his hand to his forehead and was about to scratch it when all of a sudden the hair from the back of his neck down to his feet raised. Clear tapping and clicking noises came from the ceiling behind him and above him. He shivered to the bone as he slowly turned around, feeling a presence behind him. A hooded figure, wrapped in ragged cloth, was floating in front of him. Jonathan's gaze quickly went into the darkening hood, trying to make out the details. The figure started floating towards him, raised two black-skinned arms into the light with nails as sharp as knives. As the arms lifted, so did the rags, and parts of his thin, dark skin showed holes around the abdomen where his skeletal ribs lay bare. Suddenly, 6 yellow spiral-like eyes glittered from under the hood, and Jonathan's own eyes widened in terror. Again, there was a noise on the ceiling above him, and he gaped upwards as he saw a slithering body stretched from the figure up onto the ceiling, where 8 elongated man-sized spider legs perched. It wasn't floating. Jonathan's brain screamed at him to act, to yell, to take up his sword, or to run away. But the poor man's scream was frozen by fear itself, as was the rest of him. His eyes wide, his mouth gaping, he stared back into that thing's hood. A gaping maw the size of a small child opened up with a hiss. It was filled with sharp yellow teeth, and pincers from the side of its mouth darted towards him. The old man screamed to the top of his lungs. It began feeding. Well, there you go. That was a little bit of a taste of horror and the book that I'm writing. A little bit of a short snippet. Hope you enjoyed that. The stream to... That was good. How long have you been writing this so far? Oh, hey, go. Thank you. Been writing this book since... Properly writing it. October. I had to go rewrite. I started the book when I was 21. But I basically only wrote 3-4 chapters and then I stopped. And then 2 years ago, I went in and wrote more chapters and then stopped because of work. And then after that, in October, when I started doing this full time, I went in and rewrote everything from the beginning, adding, removing, cutting. And I've been continuing the first draft on. Now this was chapter 7 now here that I read, but I'm at chapter 16 currently being written. I'm happy you enjoy it though. Right, so let's stop that. Let's start some music. Also, I'll be getting my chair soon, so I'm gonna actually do a stream where, like, you guys are gonna see me build a chair. It's gonna be chair stream. I know the chair is much more interesting than I am, so let's be honest about that. Alright, let me pause the music. Let's put on some other music. Good work, mate. For the bit I caught, it was good. Kept me listening the whole time. Oh, I'm happy. Very happy. when I set out to write this thing, I really wanted to write something I would love reading. You know? I wanted to write a story that I really enjoyed reading. That's what I've been trying to achieve. We'll see. It's a slow process, but my dream would be to be able to finish the first draft this year before December. As long as I don't keep getting freaking sick, that might happen. And then, I mean, the cherry on top will be finishing proper by the end of the year, but I don't think that's going to happen. But maybe like by March next year, or maybe April, I have it completely finished, print it off, and then try and find a literary agent, publish it here in the UK. But I'm happy you guys enjoy it. In the end, that's all I care about. As that is good, you know, that people like to read it, people love to listen to it. You know, they want to find out more. I've been trying to write each chapter with a cliffhanger at the end of the chapter, or in such a way that you're always wanting to read more. You know. Also, I'm kind of cheating because I'm doing the voices, you know, and I'm putting the music, which I feel gives it a better atmosphere for you guys. But yeah, just get a bundle. I don't care. Any money? How's the Division this days? I played it religiously for so long when it came out, and I haven't touched it in a year. I just started Div 2. I used to play Div 1, enjoyed it quite a lot, but never really had anybody to play with. I'm enjoying it so far, but it's very much the same as Div 1. That's kind of like my where I'm from and how I'm experiencing the game, you know. So yeah, why is this loading so long? What the hell? Oh no, yeah, that's true. Playing at the moment, yeah. Like, hey, Constantine, how are you, buddy? I don't want to just put cliffhangers. It's more like I think that so long as the cliffhanger is so that you want to read the next chapter and you're gonna give it an answer real quick, or you know, soon enough, then it's fine. But if you're just like they did in Lost, the TV show, which my wife and I are currently rewatching, well, watching because I never finished it, but where like you have so many threads of many things happening and they all end up in cliffhangers and unexplained, then that's annoying. No, so what you want to do is leave cliffhangers and like follow through, cliffhanger follow through. And the style that I'm writing is the way Dumas used to write. If you guys know Alexandre Dumas, when he wrote on a sequencing of events. Basically was like weekly on newspaper, and so he brought in such a way that you was kind of like a TV show. You wanted to find out what was happening next, see like next episode, right? I'm gonna say like the first book is gonna end up on a cliffhanger, like a very major one, the first one. So unfortunately for you guys, if you're ever interested in reading it, but yeah. Let's see. I mean, I could go shoddy instead. No, I don't. No, I didn't mean it that way. That's fine. Second one, shoddy. And ooh, M9. Sure. Love M9s. Good, reliable. How can we party in this? Oh, you would need to add me. So you add Ninja 1989 on your Ruby play. I don't even know how you access that, but yeah, and then you play whatever it's called, and then I'll add you, or you provide me your name and I'll add you. Either way, I'm new, so I'm not very far ahead. I'm not sure in the first installment of things, but like for example, if I was watching the series and every episode is just a cliffhanger at the end of every episode. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah. That's the difference, though. Like, it's like writing a thriller. When you're writing a thriller, almost every chapter is like that. And the good ones make it so you don't feel burnt out on doing it. Like on you know, they make you want to know what's happening next. So that is the trick, right? The what? Compare? Oh yeah, it's not about being predictable, of course. We want to absolutely avoid predictability, but I want to still keep you page turning. Like, oh shit, what's gonna happen next? Oh man, I really need to know what happens next. That's like if you think about, for example, Dan Brown's books, you know, Angels and Demons and Da Vinci Code. One of the things that keeps you going is that at every step there's such event that you really want. Oh come on, shit! I can't put it down. I need to know what's gonna happen. You know, and I didn't set out like I'm not going to change the story so that that happens all the time, but in my style, it's happening more often than not. If you know what I mean, right? Sprinkle them out a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. I'm not gonna like. It's not gonna be just that. Of course, absolutely. Don't worry. Do not worry. It will not happen. Alright, so there's this classified assignment. I wanted to go and see what these are. Constantine, did you add me, buddy? Did you add me, buddy? I don't know if you heard my reply. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Annoy. I was just wondering because I'm just gonna go on a quest right now, so you can just add me up whenever you get time. No problem. No pressure. Don't worry. All right. Fair enough. Alright, so I'll lower the music. Ow! Ow! Owie! Owie! I know the vital signs is critical, you cunt. Ah! I thought I was safe. Okay. Alright, that happened. Me being dum-dum. Oof. Oh well. Alright, so we're trying to find the entrance to this thing. ABBA. Take it this is the entrance. And there's literally an arrow. So very hard to find the entrance, I guess. And before it actually is hard. Lootsies! Lootsies! You like it? I'm happy you can pick it up. Owie. Owie. Itchy. It's supposed to be here. I guess it wasn't as easy as I expected. Yeah, I'm actually looking for more liquid drum and bass playlists for Apple Music. Nice to create like a big one. Oh, there it is. Oh, weird. Collectibles, items, and a trophy. Okay. Mission. But what am I supposed to be doing? Is it on Apple Music? Monroe. Ah, you're much further ahead. Constantine 69. Nice, my friend. Very nice. I like the number. How to invite people. Search for a player. Constantine 69. Done. I've added you. Right, so how the frick do I do these? It just says 0 out of 5 items. That's it. Like, there's no... I thought it was going to be a mission where I go in and I have to, like, take care of something or someone. What is this? Anybody knows? Incomplete. I understand it's incomplete. Maybe I need to get in the building? It's not letting me in that way, so that's odd. So hi. There you go. Better? Whatever. Let's leave it like that. Like, it's supposed to be a normal mode mission, but nothing is activated. Can't enter here. Weird. Didn't show up. What is yours? Sorry. Ninja 1989. I did add you. So this one, Constantine 69. Request sent. It's supposed to show up on your Ubisoft Connect. On the requests. Suppose. Because that's how people have added me from before. Oh, it's a deer. Hello, deer. Hi, deer. Can I actually skin you for something? Yeah, see? You're playing. How do I get in? Let me in! Let me in! Honestly, I'm just gonna Google it. Oh. I am now group leader. Yay! I'm group leader. So it says, locate and destroy the True Sons Armory in the National Bond Bank. So... Huh? It's not letting me go in. Hey, Toon! Hi, buddy. How do I go in? This is the bank, no? Master the Division 2 in a long time. If anybody wants to install and play, time. How do I get in? Supposed to be able to go in, right? Right, I'm gonna Google this. National Bond Armory classified assignment entry. Well, it says I should be able to do it, but it doesn't. Like, it's supposed to be just the entrance. Like, the entrance is supposed to allow me to do stuff. Okay, I'll come back. See, it doesn't let me do anything. I'm coming. I'll fast travel to you. If I'll sleep to ASMR, that's nice. Got some sleepies. Jesus Christ. I get it, I got it. Well, there's modding. Okay. I've not meddled with modding yet. Can I mod anything right now? Mod. Where's the list? I have none. Oh wait, there's a mod there. Oh, okay. Guess I'm gonna have to unlock the mods. No quests here. By the way, no quests whatsoever. Oh wait, maybe there's one. What is this? Down this one. Honestly, why does it have to be so confusing, Ubisoft? Like, you're showing me there's a quest here. I can't select the quest, right? Can't do anything. That's crafting. So skill unlock available, new service available, new projects available. It doesn't tell me where I need to go. So I'm gonna go one by one. Projects is elements, solidify safety, security. Yup. Weekly descent project goal. So do I do this? Is a mission, right? Yeah. Right. So this is 6 days reset. Okay, these are missions. Then we have, where's the next NPC for crying out loud? It's downstairs. I need to talk. Ah! Honestly, this is frustrating. Nothing here. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go downstairs. Alright, go to this only icon I have. Good. Be very eager. That's good to get eager. Alright. So I can craft weapons. Cool. I don't like the way this weapon kicks. Is so hard. I can craft a mask. Mods. Yeah, I'm happy you enjoyed the portrait. Yeah. I don't remember all the... I can't craft any of them because I'm missing side words. Okay. Alright. But I can craft pieces of gear. Holsters and all that. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna need to do it now. I don't think there's a... New projects available, which I've noticed. Skill unlock at the Quartermaster. Quartermaster's upstairs? Downstairs? Where are we going? Hello? It's so much easier if I could tag, like, location. This guy. Quartermaster, yes it is. It work. Hey, it works. Why didn't you show me your icon earlier? Where, like, whatever. Yes, I'm ready. Will be all the skills. I don't know. Not a huge fan of shields, never was. Bronze. Mic drone. Let's go instead of that. Why is it all grayed out now? Oh, because it's skill points and tech upgrades it. Ah, okay. Oh, unlock. No, I don't want to equip that necessarily. I just want to unlock it. Jamming. Oh, perks as well. Holy shit. I did not even see that. That'd be good. Restocking when entering state space refills all weapon and armor kits. Grenades. I mean, yeah, maybe that's the good thing to go for. Is more of the passive source. Oh no, I can't. Armor kits. More grenades. More backpack space? Really need backpack. Stash stores for bonus. Obtaining resources. No, Luffy, no. I mean, granted, my like the pieces of the PC that I can send are shite, but are you sure you don't want me to send you those pieces? Because I don't mind. Just need to go and fetch them. Love it. Muzzle brake, caliper, muzzles. I think, yeah, sure. Right, so with that done, I could mod this, and I should have more pieces. So I should be able to do that, and then full list. Can't put that in. Can't put that in. Can't put that in. At least I can do the dot. What about the other gear? Can I put anything here? Under barrel. More stability. Cool. Right. About the sidearm. Are they not even the red dot? Oh, okay, we do. Alright, so cool, but still does not give me a way to enter the freaking thing here. Alright, I'm gonna give it one more try. If not, we're gonna do a project. Also, the chair is arriving today. It's on its way out, actually. Let me check where it is. So whenever it arrives, I'm gonna do that on the stream, basically. Alright, Luffy. Any no worries. Wally isn't. Which is location? I couldn't see the location. Sorry, buddy. Stash project, stash vendor, quartermaster, crafting, season project, countdown, vendor stash project, mask making, vendor bounties. Is it this guy? I just want to like unlock it. I just want to unlock it, like to see how what it works like. You know. Group augmentation inactivated. A bit confusing. And yeah, we can go for another one, no problem. I could do a project, because apparently projects have been unlocked to do that. I don't know how it works. Don't know what it all means. I'm just here to shoot people and get shot at. Oh, there's a one.
Priority message. To all active duty agents. The individual responsible for the creation and release of the smallpox variola chimera virus, also known as the dollar flu or the green poison, has been identified as Dr. Gordon Amherst.
Oh yeah, Amherst.
His body has been found and identified.
Remember that name?
Shows that he died of his own disease. End message.
That's pretty cool. Come on. It's really cool. Leaderboards showing. Wait, no. Oh, that's a different one. Wait, what? Yeah, I can't find it. Fuck it. I'm just gonna go for the other stuff. Wrong way? What? Yep, no, that's fine.
We are currently organizing a civilian cleanup crew and are seeking volunteers. If you haven't been assigned a
Alright, let's go for project.
please register at the main desk.
We could really
This one?
use a hand.
This is donate? No, defeat the nemesis. Track on screen. And defeat the nemesis to unlock this. Track on screen. Where? Oh, is it this one? No. Huh? What? Am I smoking? I'm lost here. You say that the new chair is coming today? Yep, it is. Alright, so base of operation, weekly the sim project. Defeat the nemesis to unlock this week constant. Okay, cool. Extract on screen. Oh, top right. I see. Defeat the nemesis. So I need to defeat the nemesis, which I don't know where the nemesis is. So it's got to be a mission, right? Oh shit, that's a public. Who is this one? I'm gonna go to that lady first.
The Justice folks finally finished up that roof.
Oh.
That'll make a hell of a difference to everyone with this heat.
Hey, barbecue! Nice. And hydroponics, even better.
Group augmentation activated.
With the Justice new hydroponic system, the theater's gonna be able to put better, fresher food on the table.
Good.
That ought to make the residents happier and healthier.
Hi, I'm Grace. I've been asked to relocate to the base of operations and help you coordinate with other agents. Come see me when I get set up.
Okay. Clan unlocked. Hey, we're in a clan. Well, we have a clan.
Barbecue, and better food in your stomach is gonna go a long way towards putting a smile on your faces. This one's for the kids. You've got a video game hub up and running.
All right, so this is just to improve the morale of the settlement, kind of like.
We now have a working water purification system.
All right.
This thing is gonna save lives.
I'm a little bit lost as to what's happening or where the next direction would be. What am I supposed to be doing now? Is there no like quest line? Like do quest X. I guess not. All right, so we're just gonna go to the safe house, I guess. Try to unlock the next. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing because like there's a mission here. I guess we could just unlock this area of the map. Progress here. Where's here? There's no here. Here. Oh, you mean like where you are here? Here. Because some progress. To do.
The agent.
Plan activities, hydroponics, resilience, words, battery storage, storing energy producible panels. So I need to do 2 projects, yes. Project salvage crew and outfit hunting party. Those are 2 settlement activities. So if I go on, how do I get there? Map and project. Outfit hunting party, right? Well, salvage crew. So if I do this, how do I start it? This is donate gloves and okay. Donate. I just need to donate. Is this gonna be redone every time? Okay. Where do I donate now? The way to jump is to do blue signs on the map. Main and side missions. Okay, cool. Do that. Again, I'm learning this as I go along. I believe the first one was a bit less chaotic because I see all this and I'm like, oh, here. So, because there's like 3 bumps here. Well, let's go for the big one then.
JTF set up a temporary stockade in the basement of the American. That's how they've been calling the shots around here for so long. This intel will help you get the area back in shape.
Group augmentation inactive. Group augmentation active.
Right, so from here, we're going that way.
Group augmentation inactivated.
Join creating clans. Cool.
Augmentation activated.
I think Silas has created a clan for us, by the way. So whenever he comes online. Also, Toon, if you want to join and play with us, more than welcome to. Before the chair arrives. Once the chair arrives, I'm going to be... Give me a motorcycle. I missed the motorcycle from Days Gone. Anybody play that gem of a game? You had a good motorcycle then. Discovered E-Small. Now I know what you were talking about, Constantine, when you said the E-Small. Alright, see how we go.
Hostile control point detected.
Also, I think I just forgot to do this, but where's my... How do I change my skills? Is that a way? Oh yeah, I can. Oh yeah. Wait, doesn't... Oh yeah, it has a cooldown. Okay, let's do that one. The game shows never got a sequel. Oh yeah. It did get, though, DLC recently on PC, on Steam, I saw. Which is perhaps a tentative good thing, because maybe, you know, Sony, I highly doubt it, because Sony is another one of those corpos, but, you know, maybe Sony will be like, oh, actually, people are enjoying this game, and perhaps we should make this game Because I mean, if you know the way that the first one ends, it definitely was meant to be a second game after that one. Oh. Owie. Okay, well, we'll leave these guys to fight themselves.
Your goal is a collection of transcripts and notes from months of prisoner interrogations. The information is stored on a military-grade laptop, kept in the main holding area
Oh!
downstairs.
Oh, shit.
The first priority is to release the prisoners to keep the True Sons busy. You'll be looking for some kind of security terminal.
Alright. Going in? Going in. Okay.
Security terminal should be somewhere nearby. Look around.
Portable active terminal detected.
Sounds promising. Find it.
Use the laptop.
Okay, I'm in.
Peace through strength.
And the cells are open.
Oh, I just walked into it. Right. Oh, nothing here? Okay. We go the other way.
The main holding area is downstairs. Get moving.
Wait, was that a door? On a door. Hey, tunes online. Downstairs? Yep. Yay! More barbed wire. Makes you just so cozy. Journey through America. And the barbed wire. Hey.
This court determines that you, Colonel Antoine Ridgway, have been found guilty of violating the Uniform Code of Military Justice for the crimes of unlawful detention, failure to obey an order or regulation, and murder. You will therefore be stripped of all ranks.
Alright, we gotta wrap up. The chair is on its way.
Until further.
I'm next.
Mr. Ridgway, would you like to make a final statement?
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Very well.
Let's kill people. Ah, good old ankle shot. Oh shit! Oh shit! No, I got zapped too. Oh, that's cool though. That's cool. I appreciate that. I fuck with that. As the younger generation says, I'll fuck with that.
Your agent is now in your group.
Yeah, dude is here. Alright. Ah, I died. Bye bye. Enjoy. Hey. Hello, sir? Sir? Go back, please? Go back, please? Don't be so handsy. Wait, more? Wait, what? What's happening? Okay, cool. Everything is under control. Whew, that's a secret wall.
The true sons seem to be in control of the holding.
The true sons of bitch. I mean,
Security cameras. Pretty smart of them.
get some loot, sees.
Portable electronic device detected.
Oh wait, where? Oh, it's downstairs. Okay, looks cool. Give me a sec. Yeah, Toon, I can't go Discord just because the chair is arriving soon. So actually, I could. Yeah, never mind. Yeah. Here I am. Stop. Honey hall. Let's kill some peeps. Harry.
Reinforcements incoming.
Reinforcements? No. Hey, Propang. Hiya. Alright, I'm going in. I'm going balls deep now. Yeehaw! Oh, that is a good spread. Such a range. What? There's more people here. Hello? Sirs? Have you heard about Lord and Savior Bullet to your head? Come here. Good boy.
It's like Jesus Christ, but for that.
Exactly. Oh, whoa, whoa, this guy. Thank you, Yankee! Get out of there. Oh, okay, cool.
He's done.
Okay. It's like he's looking at me, he's not dying. I'm gonna run away. Oh, okay, reach the archive room. Let's go. Where's the room? Where's the room hidden? Patriotism and protests. Good place to go.
Just lost the camera feed from the holding area. There was a bright flash and then static.
Okay. Wait, what is there anything here? Anything? Any collectible? Oh, loot seas. There's some loot seas. I'll take some. Okay. A grenade, that's it. And loot seas here? Oh, yep, there is.
We've underestimated the division for far too long.
Yes, you have.
Hard, sir. But we've still got the numbers. Numbers don't guarantee victory. We need to change our strategy. We could boy up our defenses. The hyenas and outcasts won't last long with the division around. If we had
Come in.
to contend with, perhaps it's out of the question. We are not scavengers, we are true sons. We will not hold up.
Picked up on camera again. The holding area is just ahead. Once you find that laptop, grab it and get the hell out of there.
Grab it!
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, serious trauma detected? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me get my close friend. Give you a hug here. A little shotgun. For close quarter. Ow, ow, ow! Yankee my HP!
Immediate medical assistance
Ah.
needed. Agent down.
I turned around, tried to hit him, but he just hit harder. Thank you. Laptop.
True Sun's reinforcements headed your way.
North or south side?
Both. Heavier concentration to the south.
With all those gates sealed, the north exit should be closer.
There are no, like, glissies? Any more? That was not a very tactical decision coming like that. Restock. Respawn zone. Oh god. I'm gonna die. Oh, got out. About. Alright, I'm going in. What? Where's Captain Briggs? Oh, he's spawning behind us, or? Oh, there they are.
Dead.
That's a good answer. Ow! Ow! Yankee! Behind me. Yep, sorry, didn't mean to. Behind us, behind us.
Critical.
Ow.
No more contacts. All clear.
Alright.
Covered intel that's going to be a whole lot of help to Odessa in the short term, but to all of us in the long run. You also effectively put this hellhole out of commission.
Thank you very much. Alright.
Agent, you're ready for another skill, I reckon. Come back to the base and we'll set you up.
We managed to grab some footage of the hyena council.
So what are the two skills you guys advise me to get? If I have to get two skills. I'm gonna go real quick before the delivery arrives.
So I got a drone. Got striker drone
Right?
and the healing hive, reviver hive,
Check.
reviver hive.
Ah, okay.
So I'm saying if you go down, I can throw my hive to you. It will revive you.
Right. Okay, cool. Let's do that. And if you're by yourself, it will auto rev.
It would revive yourself.
Okay, cool. Full scanner and drone fixer. I like the pulse scanner, but I'm thinking I'm gonna like prioritize the more useful skills initially. Open up. That's what I'm asking. Hey, not knowing how to get downstairs. By the way, where? Alright.
Looks like you're ready to learn a new skill. What'll it be?
I'm gonna get the hive. The healing hive, you said, yeah? The restorer.
Yes, I got the restorer. Yes, or reviver.
Because there is reviver or restorer, so it's either one. Restorer sends a micro repair. There's Expand the cells to heal you. The reviver deploys will alter the player enters a down state.
Yeah.
Can only choose one. I'm just gonna go with the restore for now. See how it is.
Take care.
Service available clan. Projects available, of course. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me just check on something. Right, so I'm back, but unfortunately, like that freaking thing was not delivered, and I'm so pissed off. So there was supposed to be the whole chair delivered today. The tracking saying that it was gonna be 35 kilo delivered, 2 pieces, and then the guy arrives and just delivers to me the lumbar pillow. And I'm like, is there anything else? No, there isn't. So I thought, okay, well, there's gonna be another second delivery, right? And no, it's everything is marked as delivered. The whole 35 kilos of a chair. So now I'm down the fucking rabbit hole of I've spent a lot of money and I'm gonna try and get this fucking chair delivered. That's
So
just wonderful.
they stole your share or what?
That's
Yeah.
fucked, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucked.
And I was I didn't chase the guy because I was like, oh well, you know, like he said, maybe there's another one, you know, like I only have this to deliver for you. I only have this.
You gotta go through the whole rigmarole now of contacting them
Yeah,
to see where it
yeah.
is.
Look, like I just got this. Cool. Where's my rest of my freaking chair?
Yeah, now
That's
you
it.
have to contact the delivery company.
Yeah, I've contacted the main company, not the delivery company. I've contacted both, to be fair, but the main company is the only one that has a live chat. The delivery company is, well, delivery company, and they're usually lazy and
Just phone or email.
yeah, they do fuck all. I'll be right back.
Must be hard to take care of a baby while streaming. I mean, family comes first always. But... Is he already in daycare?
He's kind of like in daycare, like 3 days a week. That's why I quit streaming on certain days a bit earlier.
How's it going in daycare for him?
Is it all right? Is it okay? Apparently he's just a bumble of joy and loves everything. Other than his teething, there hasn't been any problems.
Oh yeah, teething is always a problem.
Being in daycare with other people like brings home like viruses that
Yeah.
he catches now as well.
Which is why I was sick for 2 weeks, thanks to him.
Not just like viruses are still okay. Like I hate being sick, but I hate. And my sister, when she was in daycare, she often brought lice back from there.
Yeah.
Like daycare and kindergarten, and then the whole family had it, and I hated it more than being sick.
Yeah.
How was your weekend, Inji?
Okay. Too bad. In the end, I was feeling fairly ill, so still kind of recovering, not doing much other than that.
As long as it's not a bad at all.
Yeah.
I hope you make it.
Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just for some reason it's hit us a bit harder than it should have, but it's alright. What can we do? Exactly. How was your weekend? Alright. You guys have fun? Yeah, kicking each other's asses? I've seen it play. I've never played it myself now. Yeah. Ah, no, it's not. It's not Diablo trade pings. It's the support from Secret Lab contacted me. So yeah, what support ping from Diablo trades the support from CP and Secret Lab. Yeah. What now? Yeah. This is so fucking weird. They're telling me now, like, it could be that the because of the size of the order being very heavy, apparently this is 35 kilos, whatever. Sometimes it's being split into things, but they do several attempts, and though they mark the attempt as like delivered, but the problem is that I've only got one tracking, not two tracking, and on the one tracking I got, it says literally, I won't show it because I think it has my address on it, but it says my name, pieces 2, company none, weight 35 kilos, delivered. So it's literally saying we've delivered the 2 pieces. So, and I'm wondering, like, if the company can't check if from their whatever has actually both pieces been picked up, or there's still one piece to be picked up. Right. Yeah, that's like, but the thing is, I don't want to get to that point because I actually need a fucking new chair. That's the whole point. Like, I wouldn't have ordered if I didn't need it. And I'd rather have the chair and pay for it as I should, rather than not have the chair at all. So I'm trying to figure out what's, yeah. Right, I'm trying to see now. I apologize, the stream has become boring right now, but well, that's the thing. No, that I can find. No, exactly. I just say it. I know they've done it because what they do is that they provide, like, it costs them less. They provide it through, you know, tertiary companies that act as support for them from, you know, Pakistan or India. So Yeah, exactly. There's no way to contact them other than like if I click contact, it just takes me to the whole thing, and there's a chat. That's it. There's no, and I'm using the chat at the moment. Thankfully, they asked me the choice between do you want to use AI or do you want to chat with an actual person. But yeah, and we're talking like not cheap products either, right? Like if we were talking about like a £10, £20 thing, we're talking like several £100s worth of items. And it's so frustrating because like there was two options for me at checkout, and I had a feeling because there was one option on £9 of separate delivery, like they can be broken into two parts, maybe. It didn't say like it will be. It's just like it could be broken into two parts or more parts. And the other one was a £30 with one delivery, and I was like, you know, spending an extra 30 like pounds, like what was it, like an extra £20, I didn't feel right to it. Oh, as I carefully checked, I need to coordinate this with our relevant team to inform if the items that has not been fully delivered. What? So basically, I'm gonna be in limbo. I should have just fucking chased the guy, honestly. Oh no, it's so frustrating. There's no way to contact them. And now I'm just gonna be stuck in limbo. XDP, which I've never heard of before. X-ray Delta Papa. So they have a live chat, but there's nobody on the live chat. Yeah, like they have a live chat. But nope. They just have emails. Company registration. I can only get in touch with them with a like if I'm a company, I need a company registration number to contact them. Like services, work with us, frequently asked. Yes, yes. Yeah, work with us, tracking updates, and that's it. Yeah, I do. Look at the tracking code, yeah. It's only one. Yeah, I know exactly. That's what I was thinking, right? And since the tracking code says that there's supposed to be 2 items delivered. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It does have 3 floors. It does not have a lift. No. I mean, I can try and go downstairs and see if it's downstairs. The thing is, I asked the guy if it was only that item, and he said, yeah, it's only this item. So I'm gonna go check right now and see. Alright, sorry, since I'm not paying attention to the stream, I do apologize. I'm gonna just stop the stream and try and figure this out. I'll be back later tonight to play. Hey, Sniffle. Yeah, no, it's not outside. I do apologize. I just gotta get this solved before 6 p.m. in UK time. That's when everything